time might be a pretty good one with the first pitch coming between the Cardinals and the Cubs about 3:45. Of course, we are waiting out the rain to start the ceremonies. Opening day in St. Louis with Cal Eldred. I'm Pat Paris coming to you from the Helix Tech desk at Busch Stadium one more time to update you. That is the start time, 3 o'clock, at least the anticipated start time. And Cal, we've been talking all day about opening day in St. Louis, a tradition like no other because you always get the Hall of Famers, and in this case today you're going to see all four of the last 4 World Series trophies here at the same time, starting with 1967.
And then to be able to see all the Hall of Famers, the former players, and these present players that were a part of the team last year, sharing all of that, to me that's pretty special.
It certainly is, and there's a buzz on electricity as we walked around after the pregame show before we came on to update you here. People are pretty excited even with the rain delay, and excited about this team. Mike Matheny's new club, he is a new manager, obviously going well for him, 5-2.
Well, talking with people around here, they want to know, how's this team going to be? And really, you think offensively, Pat, their batting average is a little bit over 300. They're scoring a lot of runs. We've done it via the home run. We talked about that. But they've also done it by really producing runs in small ball a little bit, too. Stealing bases. They've been able to steal some bases also. But pitching, you got to look at the starting pitching. There's only one other team that has pitched more innings, gotten more innings from their starters than the St. Louis Cardinals. If those starters can go deep into the game, there's plenty down in that bullpen to finish the job.
Well, that'll all transpire about 3:45 once the ceremony is over with. And part of that ceremony, as I mentioned, 1967, 1982, 2006, 2011. The last 4 World Series trophies, and guys who played on those teams representing those clubs will be here. It should be quite a treat for fans.
It's great to see, like Jason Mott talking and hearing from Adam Wainwright being one of those guys that get to throw out the first pitch because they threw the last one because of a winning World Series
Absolutely right. And the ceremonies will be brought to you here in their entirety with limited commercial interruption on Fox Sports Midwest. We'll update you in a little bit, and hopefully 3 o'clock we'll have those ceremonies for you. Cardinals Legends Hall of Fame Roundtable next on Fox Sports Midwest.
Opening week is presented by Burger King. This afternoon, it's cold, it's rainy, but we've got baseball. It's the Cardinals home opener. The defending world champions take on their old-time rival, the Chicago Cubs. And welcome to Cardinals baseball, everyone. Dan McLaughlin with you. We'll hear from Ricky Horton and Al Hrabosky momentarily. Jim Hayes is with us, Cal Eldred, Pat Paris, and the entire gang. We are excited to bring you Cardinals baseball here this afternoon. Not a ticket to be had in the Gateway City, and why not? The world champions are back in town and ready to take on the Chicago Cubs. A couple of changes, though, because opening day had the rain for about 2 hours or so. That is pushed away. The Clydesdales will not be part of opening day, but we will have the introduction of the Hall of Famers, the players, and, of course, the fans still coming in. It is sold out. That is near the Musial entrance here at the ballpark, and Tony La Russa is here along with Dave Duncan. The Cardinals will honor the 1967 champions, 1982, 2006, and 2011. And individuals from those teams will be throwing out our ceremonial first pitches this afternoon. The grounds crew, Bill Finley and his crew, they have been busy today, and a lot of the fans have still been with us for the last couple of hours, even though it has been cold and rainy. But right now they are chalking and lining the field and getting it set for baseball today. Jeff Samardzija will get the start for the Chicago Cubs, right-hander that nearly threw a complete game in his first start for Chicago. And the Cardinals will have Adam Wainwright. Great to see Adam back on the mound and getting a start here this afternoon. So the fans are still coming in, and because word got out a little bit late, many of them having a lot of fun around downtown St. Louis, so you see the big crowds outside the turnstiles and waiting to come in. And because of that, things have been pushed back a little bit this afternoon, but we won't miss anything right here on Fox Sports Midwest. It is the home opener here at Busch Stadium. Nobody in baseball does it better. The Hall of Famers are here, the Red Jackets, the convertibles, and, of course, the introduction of the players. Jim Edmonds and David Eckstein. David Eckstein there in the white shirt. David was the MVP of the 2006 World Series. Jim Edmonds, as a matter of fact, was a part of spring training this year and helping out the Cardinals. You also saw the voice of the Cardinals. There he is, Mike Shannon. He'll be handling many of the duties on the field today, along with John Hewlett, our PA announcer for a number of seasons here in St. Louis. So what we will do is step aside, and then we'll get you set for the opening ceremonies here in St. Louis. Chicago, St. Louis, coming up in a moment. Well, then getting it set for the trophy presentation of the 67, the 82, the 2006, and the 2011 teams. So the Cardinals will face Chicago here this afternoon to open up the home portion of the schedule as we tap dance a little bit and get set for baseball here today. And John Hewlett, the PA announcer of the Cardinals for a number of years, is just about set to go as we send it downstairs.
Stadium, home of the world champion St. Louis Cardinals. Every year in St. Louis, opening day brings out the best in our community. With us on the field, we have two Cardinal fans who embody the spirit of Cardinal Nation. First, from South St. Louis, a graduate of St. Mary's High School, St. Louis Mayor Francis Slay. And from St. Louis County, a graduate of Wellston High School, St. Louis County Executive Charlie Dooley.
Hold on.
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We're so glad you could attend. Come inside, come inside. There behind the glass, there's a real blade of grass. Be careful as you pass. Move along, move along. Come inside, the show's about to start. Guaranteed to blow your head apart. Rest assured, don't get your money's worth. With this show, it happened all right. You gotta see the show. It's a dynamo. You gotta see the show. It's rock and roll. Oh, right before your eyes, we will laugh up from the skies. And he laughs until he cries, and he dies, and he dies. Come inside, the show's about to start. Guaranteed to blow your head apart. You gotta see the show. It's a dynamo.
As you can see outside, the fans still filing in. Along with Rick Horton, Al Robotsky, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Opening day.
Recently stepped out of the shadow of her father onto the national stage. First through American Idol, and now she continues her bright path into what will be a successful career in the music industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Cardinal Nation's own Shannon McGrain.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Shannon McGrain, daughter of Cardinal pitcher Joe McGrain.
Baseball is coming up on Fox Sports Midwest. Seven, 82, 06, and 11 are out there to throw the ceremonial first pitches.
At home plate, we welcome the 4 players who made a significant contribution to the last 4 World Series titles, either starting, ending, or winning an MVP in each of the last 4 World Series. From 1967, we have Bob Gibson. From 1982, Bruce Sutter. From 2006, David Eckstein. And from 2011, Jason Mott. And their catchers, they're not too bad either. we have behind the plate Tony La Russa, Red Shandings, Dave Duncan, and Whitey Herzog. Let her fly, gentlemen. Enjoy opening day, everybody. Let's play ball.
What a ceremony here in St. Louis. Dan McLaughlin, Rick Horton, Al Raboski. I'm not sure any team in baseball does it any better.
But what a great moment this was here at Busch Stadium. And everybody comes to opening day with their own vantage point. And I just was imagining what it must be like to be Mike Matheny here this afternoon as he sees Red Shandings and Whitey Herzog and Tony La Russa, and how high the bar has been set for Cardinal teams and expectations of being winners. And certainly a meaningful day for him this afternoon, and time to get going.
Nobody does it better than the Cardinals. And I for one, I just can't go through these ceremonies without getting a tear in my eye. Just what a feeling it is to be out there for opening day. You just wonder what's going through the mind of a young player like Komatsu. To see such great pageantry, the royalty of the Cardinal Hall of Famers, and then you get down to playing baseball, which makes it pretty exciting for these fans too.
And I think you have to look at the emotions of a day like this and what must be also going through the mind of today's starting pitcher, Adam Wainwright. It's been a long time since he has pitched in front of these fans, and then to mix in the pageantry that we've seen just moments ago, emotions have to be running wild.
Well, Adam has all kinds of emotions today. Opening day does that for a player. You know, I learned a long time ago from Darryl Porter that opening day is always different. You can be a veteran player, but there's something about opening day that always kind of sends the chills up and down your spine. And so Adam has those, but he's also really having his career resurrected today. Sitting out all last year was very hard for him, and he's so excited to be pitching again for his hometown team.
One of the videos the Cardinals are playing right now on the video board is that of scenes from YouTube videos from Game 6 and then also Game 7. And some of the reactions of the fans are absolutely priceless, but that's pulled off the internet. And YouTube videos of fans that were reacting to Game 6 and also Game 7. I think we all were doing some of these reactions, weren't we?
Well, I think we have a few interspersed where they actually had their finals over. I think maybe they just threw those in. But certainly just amazing moments that we saw in October, and I think the celebration continues here today.
We forget at times how dependent on Cardinal Nation is for what we bring to them, and really it's the players, the stars, and we just try to put words to what's going on. But Adam Wainwright, as you said, has a lot of emotions going through there, but no one better to kind of go through this and to adjust to the difference of the time schedule, which not every player can do successfully.
You add the rain into that, Al, and the time schedule is even more off for a guy like Adam Wainwright. And, you know, it must be hard to be the Cubs today to see this celebration and realize that this is a team not going in a positive direction right now, and to see the Cardinals celebrate for their home opener. Probably not easy for Dale Swaim and his crew.
I think Dale knew, though, going into the season it was going to be fairly tough, and I think he also knew that this was going to be some kind of celebration.
Somehow I think I'd disappoint people if I said, who cares?
Well,
we
the
know what you're
lineups
thinking now.
Today do not include, obviously, a Chris Carpenter or Skip Schumacher or Alan Craig, but they were introduced prior to our ball game here today. And the Cardinals, slowly but surely, are starting to get healthier, Rick, and we're still not seeing that full complement of players, but coming off a great road trip, I think fans now and this team are expecting big things here at home.
I thought it was significant that Alan Craig, when he was introduced, sprinted down the first base line. I think he was trying to show everybody that, you know, I'm not that far away. But for the most part, they've avoided the big injury other than Carpenter, and really off to a fast start, Al.
Well, I had a chance to talk to Schumacher and Alan Craig, and both of them are very, very close to going out on rehabs. That'll probably happen sometime on this homestand. And then we'll know more after the battery of tests that Chris Carpenter goes through in the next day or two, more about where his progress is.
Should mention that there are some changes with the playing surface here at the ballpark. In particular, the warning track that circles the entire ballpark, that has been taken out and then replaced. The infield grass as well was worked on so that when days like today happen, that the ballpark could bounce back a lot better. And you might remember last year, guys, and even the year before, when we had a lot of rain, you'd see the puddles out on the warning track because it hardened Well, that's not the case anymore, and the infield grass and that infield area takes the water a little bit better. So, hey, first game back, why not test it? And that's what we're going to see here today.
Well, the field looks great, and the folks are really just enjoying being at the ballpark, and it's really worth the wait. I know it's not everything according to Hoyle here this afternoon in terms of the timing of this game, but the fans just seem to be in good spirits, and they're ready for baseball here in St. Louis.
I won't say that the fans are shocked by the start, because we were trying to tell them in spring training, this is a very good ball club. They're off to the 5-2 start, and I think they're just raring to go to play in front of this home crowd and have that inspiration of what they're going to find from the hometown loyals. Best fans of baseball.
We will step aside. You see the uniforms being worn by the Cardinals this weekend with the gold, the champions gold. Back with more in a moment. Sports Midwest is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. By your Mid-America Chevy dealers, the #1 selling brand in St. Louis. Find us at stlchevy.com. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. And by Steak and Shake, just no equal. Al Raboski, Rick Horton, Dan McLaughlin, and our entire Fox Sports Midwest crew as we walk you down the steps and take you inside the ballpark here at Busch Stadium. And we are excited. Over 46,000 here today to watch the reigning world champs. We've got a sold-out crowd expected tomorrow and still a few seats available for Sunday. And tomorrow, another special afternoon as the team will receive their world championship rings. And then on Sunday, it'll be the pennant day here at the ballpark, but it's our first homestand under Mike Matheny, and a lot of emotions, I'm sure, for him, Rick.
Yeah, no doubt. We talked about the bar, how high it's set to win, but I think he's very confident in his ball club, and we're starting to develop a little bit of an understanding of what the style of Mike Matheny is. A lot of talk about him wanting to run a little bit more. We've also seen, we've seen him handle the bullpen a little differently. He's letting guys go a couple of innings and maybe a little bit different with the matchups than the way Tony La Russa would have done it.
I think the three of us are a little prejudiced, but if you were to grade him on his first week, it'd be an A+.
Agreed.
He has done everything in fine fashion. There hasn't been anything that's been new or surprising to him, and he surprised us a little bit with how he's handled the bullpen, and I think he's done it in fine fashion. I know Mitchell Boggs is very, very pleased and knows that his manager and pitching coach are really in his corner, and he has responded to him. So let's get Adam Wainwright acclimated to the scene, and let's get him a victory.
So on the other side, you have the Chicago Cubs, Dale Swain. They are 2-5. New management, new manager. and in many ways a brand new team for the 2012 season. David DeJesus, longtime American League outfielder, will lead things off, followed by a youngster in Darwin Barney. Starlin Castro, the age of 22, one of the top young players in baseball. Alfonso Soriano, Ian Stewart, longtime Rocky, Brian LaHare, Giovanni Soto, Marlon Byrd, and Jeff Samardzija. Adam Wainwright, Al, gets the start today.
Well, Adam, his first start, I thought he pitched pretty well. His velocity was a little bit concerning to him, not so much to us. And remember, he was matched up by Greinke, who threw the shutout against the Cardinals. But Adam's got enough stuff, even with the diminished velocity. His curveball was really good. His secondary pitches were good. He just has to believe that his stuff is good enough and his velocity will increase.
And the Cardinals believe that. The medical staff even talked about that after his first start with his velocity. Holiday, Jay, and Beltran in the outfield. Freeze for Cowell, Descalso, and Carpenter along the infield. And behind the plate, Yadier Molina. That's a look at the Dobbs Cardinals defense. The first opening day for Carlos Beltran, wearing that birds on the bat. And you think about the last time that we saw David Freeze, what a remarkable postseason he had with the 50 total bases. Game 6 will be forever remembered. And away we go here in 2012 at Busch Stadium. Everywhere you went around town this winter, I mean, people were just starving for some baseball. Whether they talk about it, whether you do hot stove, whether it be talking about Game 6, here it is. Here we go. That's a strike on the outside corner. David DeJesus leads it off. The Royals pick back in 2000, and the first signing by Theo Epstein, the new man in charge of the Cubs this offseason. And he hits it down the right field line. That's trouble, and it is a fair ball on the chalk. And it hops into the seats for a ground rule double.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
And it brings in second baseman Darwin Barney, as Mike Matheny warns against the bunt.
DeJesus is jammed a bit on this pitch from Wainwright. It's a cutter that gets right in on the hands. DeJesus has a batting average close to 340 in his career against the Cardinals. Not a lot of at-bats, but he's hit Cardinal pitching well and kind of got things off to a bad start here this afternoon.
So Freeze is in, anticipating a potential bunt. And the pitch is a strike on the inside corner to Darwin Barney. Had 90 hits before the All-Star game last year and then really struggled in the second half. Primarily was the second place hitter for the Cubs. That pitch was up and fouled back for strike 2.
We kind of touched on a little bit. These Cub hitters are going to see, you know, a evolving Adam Wainwright. One of the things that was a little surprising to Adam is his velocity in the first game was really right around 90 miles an hour, where he was disappointed that because earlier in spring he was throwing like 93.
And here comes an 0-2 pitch to Darwin Barney. A chilly afternoon. It is 51 degrees, and our game time was at 4 o'clock here in St. Louis. First pitch.
And now velocity is something you're going to care a little bit more about after coming off an injury. And if this were the middle of June and a normal season for Wainwright, we wouldn't be worried about it at all.
Exactly. I think that increased velocity will come as the starts do.
That's a base hit out to left. The runner, DeJesus, had to hesitate to make sure that Cowell wouldn't get to it. And the first two have reached, and a chance for Starlin Castro.
DeJesus wasn't sure whether this ball would be caught, so he had to hold a little bit. Then he sees it goes through and could only advance 90 feet. So a good start here for the Cubbies. And this young man has stardom written all over him, doesn't he?
He does. The franchise's youngest All-Star and the youngest player to lead the league in hits at the age of 21 last season, as he had 207 hits to lead all National League players.
He's off to a good start with men in scoring position, over a 400 batting average.
Runners at first and third. A double by De Jesus to start the game. Single by Barney to left. And a 1-0 pitch to Starlin Castro. We talked about the velocity. Rick, what have you seen with that big breaking ball? Really a signature pitch for Adam Wainwright so far.
That was fairly sharp. I wouldn't call it his best curveball, but it certainly got the job done. And Wainwright kind of spikes the ball with that pointer finger, and that's where he gets his sharp break. He also has the cutter, and I think he's most effective when he splits those up, because if you're not sure which breaking pitch you're going to get, I think it makes Wainwright that much tougher.
That's a base hit out to left. 1-0 Chicago. 3 consecutive hits to start the game.
Ball up out over the plate and hit hard and through the left side of the infield.
Foxmo brought to you by Plaza Tire Service.
Castro picks up his 5th RBI of the young season. Milwaukee in yesterday's ball game, they had 7 straight hits at one point. It was off, excuse me. Yeah, 7 straight hits that Milwaukee. Excuse me, that they got off of Greinke. You know, the Cubs got off of Greinke.
There's a high fly ball into right. Beltran makes the catch. Runner from second will tag up to third. Castro stays put as the ball scoots away at second base. So Barney advances. Runners at first and third, 1 down. The Cubs yesterday scored 6 runs in the 3rd inning, and it was an 8-0 win over the Brewers.
Castro is tagging up from first base also. Dave McKay has been teaching the Chicago Cubs kind of his system of base running, and they get little pluses and minuses on a little scorecard that's in their lunchroom, and that's a little bit what he did with the Cardinals when he was the first base coach. Dave was an outstanding member of the coaching staff for years here in St. Louis, and now finds himself on the other side.
Cubs are trying to figure out what to do with this guy right here, Ian Stewart. They picked him up in the offseason and hoping that he can bounce back. Last year hit 156 with no home runs in 48 games, and then he was demoted by the Rockies. And this is a guy that as recently as 2009 had 25 home runs. Aramis Ramirez signed in the offseason with Milwaukee, so Ian Stewart is their third baseman. First bank, first take, and they do this a bunch, scoring first and scoring often.
They've had trouble with their bullpen. Marmol and Kerry Wood have struggled in the early going.
Runner goes on a 1-1. It's hit down the right field line, and this ball is gone. It's a home run, a 3-run shot for Ian Stewart. Just like that, you look up, and it's 4-0 Chicago.
Obviously not the start that Wainwright dreamed about last night. And there's a breaking ball coming right down into his wheelhouse, and he didn't hit any home runs last year, but he is now.
That pitch was middle, and that's really been the problem for Wainwright so far this afternoon is location. It's not just velocity. Velocity is always an issue, but where are the pitches? And the Cubs have certainly come out swinging.
There's Brian LaHare, first baseman. They had Carlos Pena a year ago. Pena then re-signed with Tampa Bay. And LaHare was a September call-up last season. And he earned that call-up because he was the Pacific Coast MVP. He led minor leaguers with 38 home runs. And he also mixed in 30 doubles, so he had quite the season.
Let's bring the Hall of Famers back out and start over.
Why not, huh? It'll be more enjoyable right now than what we're seeing with this 4-0 lead for Chicago.
Well, maybe it's a good omen. It's starting to rain. The last thing the Cardinals or Cubs also want to do is get this same game started and then have it stopped by a rain delay. But when you're down 4-0, maybe it's not a bad idea.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 down here in the top of the first for Chicago. A 4-run lead, and there's the first strikeout for Adam Wainwright.
When you're pitching with diminished velocity, you got to really make sure your location is good, and that's been part of the problem. He's just gotten not getting beat by pitches that have been up and over the middle of the plate. Here you see the spike curveball, and you can see this one's down. Matter of fact, bouncing in front of the plate and getting his first strikeout.
A look from section 361 here at the ballpark. And a strike to Giovanni Soto. The camera that you see right there will be all over the ballpark with different views around Busch Stadium. 1 ball, 1 strike. Calling our balls and strikes today is Greg Gibson. Bill Cuzzy at first. Vic Carapazza is at second. Jerry Davis, a St. Louisan, is down at third, the crew chief. Cubs would also love to see a bounce-back year from Giovanni Soto. They're just not sure which guy is going to show up. Rookie of the Year in 2008. Then in 2009, he had 218. And there's a strikeout of Soto. 4-0 Chicago. Gets the start for Chicago. He's a starter now, but last year, July 30th, there at Busch Stadium, Rick, we saw him working out of the bullpen.
Yeah, there's some hope. The Cardinals beat him up pretty bad that day, that July 30th. The problem is, on that day, he figured something out and has been much, much better since then. Even though the Cardinals really hit him hard, since that day, July 30th, he's been outstanding. 4-0, 1.21. That's our Toyota keys to the game here this afternoon. Jeff Samardzija, former college football star, turned pitcher in the big leagues. He's a tall pitcher who throws very, very hard, has a splitter as well as a slider, and really his fastball, Dan, is his best pitch.
Wide receiver when he played football at Notre Dame.
School record 179 receptions, almost 2,600 receiving yards, and 27 receiving touchdowns for Notre Dame.
There's a switch hitting Rafael Furcal, and the first pitch is taken low and away. Furcal, bad spring, great start.
He had back-to-back 3-hit games to start the season and 11 hits on the year.
2 strikes on the Cardinal shortstop.
A lot of things changed for the Cardinals in August of last year, but maybe the biggest change, may be a strong statement, but one of the biggest changes for sure was for Call solidifying the defense.
Samardzija, a guy that wanted to move into the starting rotation this year and really had to claim a spot in spring training. It wasn't a foregone conclusion that he would be in their starting five, but he was very good, and he catches that liner.
He was very good in his first start of the year. Went 8 2/3 innings.
A look at Mike Matheny's lineup for Cal, John Jay and Matt Holliday, then Carlos Beltran, David Freese, Yadier Molina, Matt Carpenter, Daniel Descalso, and Adam Wainwright. You notice that there's no Lance Berkman guys in this lineup today.
Strain or small tear in his calf may not be available until Tuesday.
One ball, one strike on John Jay, a .311 career hitter against Chicago. Coming off a home run 2 days ago in Cincinnati.
We gave you the numbers on Samardzija. Why he was bad and why he's good now is simply summed up in he has better command of his off-speed pitches. He's throwing them for strikes. If the only pitch you throw for a strike is a fastball, you're hittable.
And that's a foul ball.
Hitters will go up there and they try to subtract pitches from your repertoire. So if you can't throw strikes with it, you just kind of file that and say if you recognize a spin, you don't swing.
Strikeout of John Jay. First for Samardzija. A look at the Cubs defensively. Soriano, Bird, and De Jesus in the outfield. Stewart at third, Castro at short, Barney and LaHare on the right side, Soto behind the plate, and Samardzija on the mound. Giovanni Soto threw out the most runners last year in the National League, 36. He also, though, committed a career-high 13 errors. One point in spring training, Matt Holliday had a 13-game hitting streak. Does have a pair of home runs, but only hitting .226 here in the first week or so.
Hot hitter in the spring. Remember, he started out with a 13-game hitting streak, and that kind of got cooled off when the season started. We'll all bet where his numbers will be gaudy when it's all through.
Not worried about Matt Holliday.
Nope.
The thing you really just hope for all the Cardinal sluggers is that they all stay healthy and they get to play 155 plus games.
Holliday, a little bouncer to the right side, under the glove of Barney and into right field.
Offensively, they had the second baseman playing up the middle, so a long run to his left and just stayed down on him. And he's not very tall, but see how he's getting near the second base bag. He shoots this to normal second base area and just stays down underneath the glove.
It's interesting because the Cubs broadcast crew said he really has a hard time going to his left. So basically, you've just played yourself into your worst fielding position by playing him up the middle. And actually, the Cubs have a different philosophy under Dale Swaim. They don't play double play depth ever, and they never guard the lines. It's just things that he believes are wrong about the way you defend in the game of baseball. So we'll see if that comes into play.
Beltran, a base hit into right center. Holliday digging for third, and here comes David Freese.
Batting fifth, number 23, third baseman David Freese.
Swing hard.
Where will those numbers wind up? The most he has ever played in a season is 97 games. And Rick, you just wonder now that he's starting to come into his own in his career, if he can stay healthy, where those numbers may be by the end of the year.
A lot of potential in this young man, and you think about his emotions today. with all the Cardinal greats that many of whom he grew up rooting for. Kyle McClellan the same way.
Marlon Byrd, the center fielder for the Cubs, is really deep. You see what he did in the postseason last year. Most of that done in the championship series and World Series. He struggled the onset in the division series. 2 on and 2 outs.
And Stewart, the third baseman, way off the line at third. It's what we were talking about earlier. The third baseman and the shortstop will be very close together. They're going to take away that hit in the hole, and they're going to give you the hit down the line. That's their philosophy, and they're going to stick with it all season long.
Chicago last year, a record of 71 and 91. Only 32 wins on the road. Theo Epstein is trying to break the 103 straight years without a championship. In his career in this spot, .313 average. Two and 0.
David's ability to go the other field, the other way. You know, he stays on pitches a lot longer.
Two balls and 1 strike.
Little slider out there, up the way.
Section 147 here at the ballpark. Two and 2.
Set up inside, the ball up out over the plate. Fouls it back.
And Samardzija able to throw that 2-0 slider is the reason he's in this rotation right now. That he's got that kind of command of his off-speed pitches. Randy Wells and Travis Wood both had rough spring trainings. A lot of big league experience for both of those guys, and they're pitching in AAA.
A 2-2 pitch to David Freese. Nope, another check. Samardzija last year, 8-game winner, 2.97 ERA, and that was the best numbers that he's put up since he was drafted in 2006. Freese just got a piece.
David Freese has holes, but a lot of pitchers don't have the ability to exploit them. I like the fact that, you know, he sprays the ball around and has great power the other way, that a lot of times he'll stay on that mistake pitch. Two outs, probably another slider.
A lead on deck. Carlos off with a pitch from first. Holiday is down at third. Here's a 3-2 to David Freese. Breaks his bat, or did he just lose it? He lost it. It almost caught Jose Oquendo.
He has that bad knee. He's struggling to get out of the way. He didn't throw the slider, he threw the fastball.
Probably why David Freese lost the handle on the bat there, because he was probably looking for that off-speed pitch, and he just kind of had the emergency hack at that fastball in, just trying to get a piece of it, and that's about all he did. But a new life.
Probably a slider now.
We'll do it again.
Just up out in his eyes, you know, high enough to where it's hard to get on top of it. David already 10 RBIs on the season. And a lot of those RBIs, one of the trends I've seen from him the last couple of years is first at bats, a lot of RBIs.
Lost the bat again. 4-0 Chicago after an inning of play. For one great price. It's the Cardinals Six Flags double play combo. For just $55, you'll get a ticket to a Cardinals game and a one-day pass to Six Flags. Get your double play combo at cardinals.com/Six Flags. Home opener here in St. Louis, and that's hit sharply to short. Backhanded by Furcal. Boy, he's got an arm and shows it off and takes the hit away from Marlon Byrd.
Marlon Byrd is 0 for 20 now.
Brings in Samardzija, looking for his first base hit of the year. Love to see the arm of Furcal.
Always makes the tough plays, doesn't he? If he has any trouble with a play, it's the easy one. Maybe the two-hopper hit right to him, but he has a very strong arm and still has range to his left and right, and really solidified this defense. You're only as strong defensively as you are up the middle, and with Descalzo and Furcal and Jay and Molina, hard to get much stronger.
You see those guys, they're so good that they've done it a million times. Reaching in the glove, they find the seams and make that throw, as Jose Oquendo many times works with the middle infielders. Freeze. 2 outs. Jose in his 13th year now as a coach for the Cardinals. Your former teammate Tommy Herr at the ballpark today. We haven't seen him, for all the different teams and guys that have come back, we haven't seen a lot of Tommy Herr.
Yeah, Tom still lives in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and it was great to see him before the game today and to have him out on the field. And in a lot of ways, he and Bob Forsch, who was also honored here before the game, with a moment of silence for Bob's passing. Those two are in a lot of ways the heart and soul of the Cardinal teams in the early 80s.
And Tommy had been managing independent baseball around his hometown. There's Bruce Sutter, Hall of Famer. And good to see Bruce come back. Many times he has not because of the illness to his wife. Bruce said the Hall of Fame changed his life, but it didn't change him.
Not surprised, are you?
No.
Bruce gets mad at me at the Legends Camp that we do every offseason when I introduce him as a Hall of Famer. He says, I just want you to say I'm your friend. And I said, well, I know you're my friend, Bruce, but you also happen to be one of the best players to ever play the game of baseball. People know you as a Hall of Famer. He doesn't like us.
You wouldn't know it how he acts either. I mean, he is a guy that is down to earth as you find. Now his phone's going to start ringing because he's on TV.
Well, Well, Bruce will text us throughout the year during telecast, so he still follows the team. He's a fan of the Cardinals. His home near Atlanta.
Here's a 1-2 pitch to De Jesus. Luke Brock there in the background. You see Lou at the ballpark quite often.
How you get to my teammates. Lou and Gibby playing for Red. Played for Whitey in Kansas City.
The 2-2 is swung on and tapped foul. There's Tommy Herr.
About the year he had, what, an 85, had 110 RBIs and had less than 10 home runs.
RBI machine.
You don't always have to hit home runs to drive in people.
Solid defender.
Count runs full on De Jesus. The sea of red still making its way inside the ballpark. The fans here at Busch Stadium. The 3-2 pitch.
Tour guide for our cameraman.
Section 507 near the bullpen.
Not a bad seat in the house, is there?
We got a pretty good one here. The 3-2 is popped up. Calling for it for Kyle on the outfield grass and puts it away. A 1-2-3 inning for Adam Wainwright. Molina, Carpenter, and Descalso coming up. Brought to you by MyKiaSt.Louis.com. Love bacon? Try the new BLT cheeseburger combo right now at Jack in the Box for just $4.99 plus tax. And by the new wireless receiver from AT&T Umers. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. Yadier Molina leads it off. Molina, Carpenter, and Descalso. Cardinals with a good opportunity in the first. This is popped up right side and out of play.
Good first road trip for Yadier Molina. A couple of home runs. Also handled the pitching staff well, as we have come to expect. But Yadi, with his big contract that he received during the offseason early this spring, certainly looks ready to play, looks healthy, and has been contributing.
We know what a great catcher he is and how well he works with not only the Cardinal pitching staff, but he works with the umpire to get the most from his staff. And the reason I bring that up is because Soto has been arguing or in a animated conversation with a home plate umpire almost the entire half inning. Soto did strike out his lone plate appearance, and you wonder if that's part of it.
And a foul tip that's held on to by Soto. Strikeout, and already 3 for Jeff Samardzija.
He has a couple of off-speed pitches, has a slider, and also has the split. That looked like the split there. It just kind of had the bottom drop out. Looks like a fastball low, and then all of a sudden it dips at the last moment. And we've already shown you Bruce Sutter. I'm not sure if anybody who had a better split than he did.
A little different.
It was. And it was before anybody was throwing that.
I used to ask our hitters, I said, because, Bruce Sutter, his pitch looked like a beach ball coming up. It's not high velocity. I'd ask guys, what is it? Why do you swing at this pitch? It's in the dirt. And they said, it's the darndest thing. You see it coming in. It looks as big as a beach ball. In the minute or the second you start to swing, the bottom falls out. And he said, it's impossible to pull up because it looks so good.
Carpenter slapping one the other way and lying into the seats. We hope, the idea is that Lance Berkman would not go on the disabled list. At this point, we just don't know. As Al told you, it's a strain to the calf, and he did that the other night in Cincinnati on a cool night. He was telling me it was on the triple, but then when the temperatures dipped again, really aggravated that, took himself out after a single, and that's why we see Carpenter playing first base today.
Yeah, cold, rainy day is not a good time to have a muscle strain of any kind, clearly, and I think you need to obviously err on the side of caution with Lance Berkman, but you just hate to not have his bat in the middle of that lineup.
Carpenter base hit into right. Well, the Blues trying to bounce back in Game 2 of the playoffs, and live coverage of that game starts at 6. It's Blues Live, and you'll find the game only here on Fox Sports Midwest at 6:30. Blues Live at 6:30. They'll drop the puck. It's Game 2, Blues and Sharks, tomorrow night. Here's Daniel Descalso. You see Carpenter that's playing first base, and Berkman is out today. It's hard not to see a guy like Pujols when you see all the Hall of Famers and Stan the Man and then no Albert Pujols. I don't know about you two, but to me it was odd. I know time moves on, time to turn the page, but in years past you looked at Albert and you thought, well, he's next in that great line. And it's not to say that he won't be once he retires, but obviously he's moved on to California, and it's time to move on for the Cardinals too.
It seemed like Albert made such a big deal out of the lifetime contract that he received from the Angels. Well, what do you think that all those Hall of Famers are under? Why does he think he would not have received the same thing? And it's my understanding that was one of the selling points the Cardinals used to him. And then his agent took it and ran it with other clubs. But we're just disappointed Albert's not here, but we move on.
Jim Edmonds, David Eckstein also went on to play with other teams. They're back here today, part of the Cardinal fold, and I think there'll be a time where that will be true for number 5.
Here's a 3-0 pitch.
Disclaimer, but with his 10-year personal service contract, he can't come back here. And he should retire as a Cardinal or go into the Hall of Fame as a Cardinal. And for 5 years after his enshrinement, he will not be able to come back to St. Louis and be a part of any celebration.
Here's a ground ball tapped to the right side and taken there for the young player that spent a number of years, though, with Seattle, and that's Brian LaHare. Brings in pitcher Adam Wainwright. You get the late start today because of the rain. It is a cool afternoon. What do you take away from that first inning, Rick, from Adam Wainwright?
Well, I'm not going to say he wasn't ready because I think Adam's very strong mentally. He just didn't make good pitches, so I wouldn't jump to a conclusion about that in terms of his preparation. Samardzija had to prepare under the same circumstances, and Wainwright's not an excuse guy ever. I mean, there's always reasons, Dan, but he wouldn't be the type that would use an excuse, and was glad to see that he was able to right the ship in the second inning.
I noticed after the home run to Stewart, all of a sudden he got a little bit ticked off and said, okay, enough of this, and just settled in and was retired 5 in a row. A couple strikeouts in the first, but I look for him to kind of silence the bats until maybe his last frame. Adam, very good athlete, just like Samardzija, and Adam, I think, is a little better hitter.
Adam actually was all-state in football, in high school, wide receiver, kicker as well. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Wainwright. We know he can swing the bat. Breaks the bat here. Castro makes the catch. Cubs on top after 2. For your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @BAT to 31826. You can also visit Cardinals.com for details. Chicago with the lead of 4-0. 4 runs scored in the first, an RBI single by Starlin Castro, and a 3-run homer by Ian Stewart. It'll be Barney, Castro, and Soriano for the Cubbies. You know, we're talking before, Theo Epstein with Boston broke that 86-year World Series drought and trying to do so now with Chicago. And in so many ways, when you look at this team, it's a huge rebuilding process that they have undertaken, because they traded away some guys that they felt could have contributed this year, but not in the future plans. There's a chopper to short. Low throw that's taken there by Carpenter. But they want to build from within with the draft, and then, of course, they're going to have some big money to spend, too.
Well, I totally agree with you about the rebuilding facet, and I think it is the best way to go, build from within. But, I mean, how long can their fans be asked for another rebuilding project?
Yeah, they're used to it.
I mean, they're definitely used to it.
And I don't mean to be sarcastic with it, but Jim Henry comes in, he's got his idea. Prior to that, it was a different idea, and so on and so forth, where, Rick, I mean, it's all of a sudden getting to a point where you start to say, all right, what is the best way to do it? Pitching? Is it going after hitters? Is it trying to change the ballpark? Whatever the day games, whatever the case may be.
In my mind, the best way to do it is take your lumps for 5 years until you do rebuild, and don't spend the money until you get to that point. That's what the Cleveland Indians did. in the late 90s. They had a 5-year plan, and they told their fans, we're not going to be very good for 4 years. They were very upfront about that. We're not going to get a good to
breaking ball that McDonald's been trying to find, and he found it in the at-bat to Kane. There's the view that Amy's talking about.
Well, it's pretty cool. They got sand down there. It has always been a party pit, so they just said, well, let's make it a beach party.
These guys are really happy.
Yes, they are. Their team's winning.
Pagan has popped out and he's flied out. And he lays this bunt down foul, and it's 0-1. It's not a bad move if you can steal a bag. And Pagan's very capable of doing that. Pitch is high. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Now McDonald threw that really good snapper, that curveball to Kane, and he took for a strike 3, his first strikeout of the game, but he comes back with it again, misses it high. Changeup missing high. So he has got a little push in his delivery. Talked about how Matt Cain is out front with his delivery. You can't say that about McDonald.
A shot speared by Walker, and Pagan will be thrown out. It's always the guy that needs the hits that can't get them. 2-0 Giants.
Welcome back to the Coors Light 6th inning. Now it's time for the Coors Light Freeze Camp. We go back 4th inning, 2 outs. Ball hit right past the glove of Matt Cain. But watch Brandon Crawford come in and shoot down Andy McCutcheon. The hand and the foot touch the ground at the same time, and in one sweeping action with the arm, they shoot him down. That's our Coors Light Freeze Camp, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Here's Pedro Alvarez, who takes the ball. Alvarez struck out in the 3rd inning. On deck is Josh Hansen, and then McDonald as Alvarez chases a pitch down low to even the count.
That's 4 swing throughs on changeups. Struck out against Cain back in the 3rd on 3 swing through changeups, and here he gets him again in a 1-0 count. He is not seeing it at all.
And a strike to make it 1-2.
The fastball as it just carried and finally went over the wall for the grand slam. Set up away. The ball comes back a little bit more in the middle of the plate. it got over the wall. But I was going to ask you as we take another look at it, pitchers don't throw as much in spring training as pitchers did years ago. And you remember you go through a normal dead stage. Is it a possibility the guy coming off of surgery and not throwing making as many starts, that he's starting to have that in the first couple starts?
I think that's very possible.
Beltran is back to make the catch.
The dead arm stage was just classic for pitchers, and they do a lot more workouts, they do a lot more strength training, and that has, I think, minimized the dead arm phase. But certainly the velocity of Wainwright is not there, and the Cubs are playing long ball here this afternoon.
And when a pitcher goes through a dead stage with his arm, there's nothing wrong with it. It just kind of stretched out the muscles. Then you kind of have to build up the arm strength only by pitching. And, it's a situation where it normally happens late in spring training, and then hopefully you have one more good start for the beginning of the season.
The first career grand slam by LaHare makes it 8-0 Chicago. They've got 6 base hits. They've drawn a couple of walks. And this is Marlon Byrd. Marlon Byrd, a guy that just about a month and a half into the season was hit directly on the face and multiple fractures. But he is a tough guy. He wound up coming back and was the lone all-star. And that's a base hit out to left for Chicago. Fox Tracks brought to you by Chevy.
See, there's a big hump in that curveball, and it just kind of ends up in the middle of the plate. It just doesn't have that good 12-6, doesn't have that sharp break.
At some point, you have to start thinking, how long is too long to go with Adam Wainwright? I mean, 8 runs clearly is too many, but when you think about pitch count, Mike Matheny has to be thinking, how long do I let him stay out there and take a beating here? You want him to get right, and maybe he'll get back on track as he did in the second inning. But when a pitcher's not pitching well, those extra pitches feel like three pitches every time you throw one. I mean, the burden, the stress, the strain, and there's a little bit of action now in the Cardinal bullpen.
The base hit by Marlon Byrd, snapped an 0 for his last 20.
Right.
0-1 pitch now to Samardzija.
It's almost like guiding that breaking ball instead of throwing the ball for effect. He's just spinning it up there, just throwing.
Eight runs allowed by Adam, matches his worst start of his career. He allowed 8 and 2 2/3 against Los Angeles, middle of May of 2007.
It was so good before the Tommy John surgery, and Victor Marte warming up right here, but I think we're all going to be happy with him in the second half, and we might just have to experience this for a little time.
The 1-2 pitch. Grand slam. LaHare, 8-0 Chicago. The 2011 replica banner handed out to everybody. And there still are seats available. That game at 1:15 this Sunday. 1:15, Cardinals replica banner. Just like the one that was raised moments ago here at Busch Stadium, the 2011 World Championship banner. And there's a look at Brian LaHare, the September call-up last season. He had 288 20 games last year for the Cubs. Mike Quade. And a lot of people were saying, Rick, what you're talking about. Why not give some of these young players a chance a year ago when they were out of the race early? And a lot of fans wanted to see Brian LaHare. Didn't play him. It came up in September. Made the club now out of spring training. And a guy that has very good pop, as we've seen with his stats in the minor leagues.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that make the mistake, in my view, of bringing up players before they're ready. Even if their numbers are good in the minor leagues, you bring them up before they're ready. And then they become average big leaguers, as opposed to letting them develop into something a little bit more than that. Let them become stars in the minor leagues and let them get used to the big numbers and let them get some experience. So when you get them in the big leagues, you've got an impact player, not just a player. And I think that was their philosophy with him.
The 2-1 pitch to Rafael Furcal. And a reason why a lot of fans were upset was that Carlos Pena hit 175 with runners in scoring position, 133 against left-handers. So, you know, they kept running him out there. The shift was on in the infield anyway for Furcal. And there's one away.
Victor Marte continues to throw, so Wainwright may be through. Not a happy performance with him. 3 innings, 7 hits, 2 home runs, and 8 earned runs. But things will get better for Adam Wainwright. He's too tough mentally. He'll make adjustments.
Well, we all know he will not make an excuse.
Nope.
In his comments after the game, he will redouble whatever efforts he's had, and you know he's worked hard anyway. But he's just going to kind of get mad about this start, as if we know Adam the way we think we do, and there are better days ahead.
0-2 quickly on John Jay. The previous 8-run game by Wainwright was in his 8th start of his career, and today he was making his 121st start of his career.
So if you do it once every 120 starts or so, you're going to be okay.
Agreed. And who knows, maybe Carlos Marmol will throw a wild pitch in the 9th inning and the Cardinals will win 9-8.
Can happen.
I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying it could happen.
Matchups this weekend against Chicago. Lance Lynn tomorrow against Chris Volstad. Jake Westbrook on Sunday against Paul Maholm. Volstad was part of the Carlos Zambrano deal. Cubs are actually paying $15 of the $18 million of Zambrano's salary this year.
Not to pitch.
That's a base hit right side for John Jay.
Times have changed, isn't it, Ricky, when you pay somebody $15 million to get rid of him?
Pitch for somebody else.
Missouri Lottery, Fox Tracks, and a base hit for Jay, and it brings in Holiday.
John Jay, such a steady player. The more you watch him, the more you think that this guy is just a big leaguer. I wouldn't call him a great player, but really he plays defense well. He hits around 300. You know, he's a very, very good player to have on your team for a lot of reasons.
Remember his first season, he did hit 300. Last year he had 297. And I think we all would agree that while Colby Rasmus was given every opportunity to run with that position, John Jay defensively, as this is hit out to deep left and backing up to make the catch Soriano. But John Jay has been fine and probably above average defensively in center.
Yeah, he's not Jim Edmonds, who we saw here before the game out on the field. And boy, great to have him in the ballpark, isn't it? But, you know, John Jay saw that he had a nice embrace of Jim Edmonds when they met behind home plate. He knows that playing a good center field in St. Louis is something that the Cardinal fans are going to notice.
I think about Jim Edmonds, and he was the first one to tell me what a good, outstanding young man and player Schumacher was. Proved to be right. But he also had high marks for John Jay, and that's why I think it's important for John Mozeliak to utilize his talents and have him work with the minor leaguers and bring, teach some of those kids some of the defensive abilities.
This is Carlos Beltran. It's interesting. You talk to some veterans and they'll tell you about trying to get used to hitting backgrounds after changing teams, number of years with the Mets, and now here in St. Louis, and this will be his home ballpark this year and next.
Part of his background right now is 3 Cubs in the middle of the infield. Got the shift on Beltran again, and certainly he knows that. Any ball hit to the left side is a sure double, but his power's to the right.
2-2. Ball still jumps off his bat, doesn't it?
Nice easy swing too.
And what a gentleman. Just very, very polite, respectful, and we've admired him from afar, but it's a lot better wearing the Cardinal uniform.
Count runs full with 2 down here in the bottom of the 3rd.
There's the switch, or the shift we were talking about. Third baseman Stewart playing almost the shortstop position.
David Freese will come up again with runners on. First time up, he had runners at first and third and then struck out. Let's see if he can hold on to the bat too. Twice it went flying out of his hands.
Load up a little more pine tar.
Did you ever talk to your former teammate Al George Brett about the pine tar game?
No, not really. Other than I just admired his
reaction.
Temper is
the temper is what you admired.
Looked like a young Al Roboski coming out of that dugout.
I mean, every time I hear
like that.
pine tar, I think George Brett.
The pine tar bat. There is you cannot have the pine tar up above the label, and obviously after hitting a home run they questioned that and it was taken away, and George was a little upset about that. Just a little.
1 ball, 1 strike. 1-2.
And pine tar is one of those substances that for some reason hitters are allowed to use,
that's right,
but pitchers aren't. Well, why is that, Dan? Can you answer that?
I think you need to remember our good buddy Julian Tavares.
Well, it's
and at
legal.
Times he would use.
It's legal for hitters, but illegal for pitchers.
He just said use it.
He wasn't the first one. Trust me. A teammate of mine, Jay Howell, was kicked out of a series in the playoffs in postseason because of his use of pine tar coming out of the bullpen. I was not his supplier.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Freese hits it on the ground to first. Well, some good news here is that we're told Beth and Ben, oh, it's so sweet, they've been engaged just moments ago. It's 8-0 on opening day here at home. Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin, and at home here in the 2012 season. Our Chevy call to the pen, and it's Victor Marte. He'll take over for Adam Wainwright. Adam done after 3 innings, gave up 8 earned runs, just the second time in his career, and certainly not the home debut, Rick, that he was looking for.
No, he wasn't sharp at all today. His breaking ball floated up a bit. The fastball really didn't have his normal velocity, but he'll get it back. But Marte enters the game here in the 4th inning. Very good spring training out for Marte. Really like his slider in particular. I think it's pretty sharp.
He's 31 years of age, and he had 31 saves last year at Memphis. So he pitched in the big leagues with Kansas City. And he got a reprieve last Friday when Scott Lineberg was put on the disabled list. They brought up Marte, and this is his 4th assignment. So he's getting plenty of opportunities to be seen.
Total of 58 pitches this afternoon for Adam. 37 were strikes. And this is David DeJesus. Top of the lineup for Chicago. The Cubbies with 7 hits today, 8 runs. Grand slam by LaHare. And Wainwright knocked out after 3. The strike zone has been all over the place. Now, it would not make a difference in this game, right? But strike zone has been everywhere. And that's a ball up and away, and a leadoff walk to David DeJesus.
It's tough enough when you're trying to get major league hitters out, but when you're not sure what the strike zone is, it becomes quite frustrating. Saw Soto arguing quite a bit for his pitchers.
Darwin Barney, a single, and is also grounded out to short, pulls it foul. 1 for 2 today.
Marty Springstead and Wendelstedt, 2 veteran umpires that lost their lives this offseason, so the umpires are recognizing them.
Classy move. Umpires really a fraternity, and maybe they're trying to get the kinks out too here on opening day. Wainwright had some kinks today. Umpires had to deal with some of the rain today, and really questions about whether or not we were going to get this game in at all. I'm thankful we're getting it in for this crowd here. Not very thankful, however, for the score.
Well, Ricky, how frustrating is it right now if you're Adam Wainwright? Certainly it's magnified because it's opening day, but as a starting pitcher now, you have to sit there and wait. And I'm sure in the back of his mind, a little wondering right now is the velocity isn't quite where it's been years past. His curveball wasn't as sharp, so the back of his mind, frustration and wait. Little bloop into shallow right, and it drops in for a base hit.
Well, frustration is part of the game of baseball. You give up bloop hits. You don't get a pitch you want as a pitcher. You have a bad day. In some cases, you have a bad week or in a bad month. And so, yeah, weight's part of that. Bloop hits are part of that. But the more worrisome thing would be if you start to question your own ability or start to question whether or not you're on the right path or not. I don't think it'll deteriorate to that for Adam Wainwright. He's just going to kind of turn the page on the results. But certainly 5 days of, man, that was just no fun at all. And now I gotta wear that for 5 days.
Another 5 days. And I think the one thing that he will figure out, because Wainwright was so good before the Tommy John surgery that he's not accustomed to having these problems. And he says, I feel healthy, maybe my velocity's down. But he's got to believe that he still has good enough stuff if he execute location. And that may be what he's going to have to do right now, is just really concentrate on pitching. Not throwing, but really hitting spots, going up there, doing what he can, and pitch with a little diminished velocity. And I believe that will return, as he piles on some innings.
I think the stress would be more on Adam Wainwright if all of the other starting pitchers weren't doing as well as they are.
Jake competition Westbrook, within the 5.
But they're really picking him up at this point. He'll return the favor before the year's over.
Base hit out to left. They'll hold up the runner at third, and the bases will be loaded. A walk, a pair of singles, and here comes Alfonso Soriano.
It's a setup inside. It stays on there, but
kind of up and in a bit with a little flat maybe break on that sinker.
Now the one thing is right now that they banged out 9 hits and they're very comfortable standing in the batter's box. Little slider right there, looked perfect, doesn't get the call.
Soriano today with a single and a run scored last time up back in the 3rd. He's also flied out to right. And he can lose one in a hurry, as we've seen in the past. Tremendous power from Soriano. Still looking for that first home run, though, this year. Double play ball for Kyle to second. It's a double play, but a run scores. And it's 9-0 Chicago. If you're Mike Matheny, you're hoping that Victor Marte can at least give you an inning or two. You know, save that bullpen.
Turn on the double play, and really like what Daniel Descalso does with his footwork. Seems to always be in the right position as a second baseman. He's getting a lot more chance to play than we thought he would early on. We'd heard the pronouncement that Tyler Green would be the everyday second baseman, but really he's just started once. And Descalso's been in there the rest of the time. And he really does look very, very good defensively. And to your point about Mike Matheny making that choice to go with Descalso, he's going to have to make a choice for how long he goes with Marte. Here this afternoon, I couldn't imagine that he would go more than 3, and that might be a stretch.
2 outs and a 1-0 pitch to Ian Stewart. Nice block.
In one sense, Mike hopes that he has to pinch hit from Marte at the bottom of this inning with a great scoring opportunity.
And that's something that we would see Tony La Russa do quite a bit, where he would play for those runs in the middle of a game. But I'm not so sure that Matheny won't have a slightly different route when it comes to handling the bullpen, to just realize that, look, it's 9-0. I've got pitchers I got to worry about tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next day, the next day, and Marte's going to go till he's done.
Yeah, but I also think that he's got pitchers down there that need work
with the off day.
And there's an off day Monday. There's just guys that just give them some time. But if you were to have a scoring opportunity, you would take Marte out. Otherwise, I totally agree with you.
3 balls and a strike on Ian Stewart. 2 outs and a runner at third. Stewart, a ground ball. Carpenter is there, stumbling, and Marte picks it.
That was interesting.
First thing that's gone right today. Cubs will strand a runner. Marte saving Carpenter on this play. 9-0 Chicago. 12:30, it's Cardinals Live, our pregame show.
Check in with Gutierrez.
All right, Kuiper. Hey, the Giants have a knack for making things really special, and today's ceremonial first pitch.
And the air out to deep right near the wall, and the catch is made. 7 catchers the Cardinals have had behind the plate over the last 50 years. That's this weekend. Cardinals Live Sunday at 12:30. Also, you'll have a feature on the rings that will be issued tomorrow. Bill DeWitt will tell you how they came together, and it is interesting how the rings come together and all the different prototypes that they look at, the various little nooks and crannies on the ring, and Happy Flight and all the different things that the rally squirrel maybe might be in there. You never know what's going to pop up on that World Series ring, so you'll have a look at that on Sunday as Samardzija walks off the mound.
And we'll try to send a memo to the Cubs to try not to spoil that celebration.
Ring ceremony tomorrow, pennant giveaway on Sunday. World Championship poster will be Tuesday night. Reds in town Tuesday night. 2-1 the count as Carpenter was bailed out there by Marte. You get a look from behind home plate. Little jam shot, shallow left. Soriano makes the catch.
Credit to Samardzija as he just keeps on mowing along. He has allowed 4 hits and a walk, but kept the Cardinals off the board.
One of the surprises so far in baseball, how about the Mets and the way that they have played in the National League East? But it looks like they're going to miss some time with David Wright. Broken finger, and it's announced that today he tried to grip a bat apparently and can't even grip the bat. And this guy has been dealing with so many injuries the last couple of years. Terrific player, but if the Mets have any hopes, they need a healthy David Wright and a bounce back year.
Move the fences in. I'm sure that was one of the reasonings, was to help out David Wright. But you got to stay healthy. Got to be lucky.
Problem is, you can't move the fences back every half inning.
You can't?
Nope, it's a rule.
That catches the outside corner, 1-2. No mistaking that Samardzija over the years they felt has had a power arm as Daniel chases that pitch and strikes out. It's all Cubbies today, but it got off to a good start before our first pitch. The man was here, Ozzie Smith, Lou Brock, the world champions. Opening day here in St. Louis, the home opener 2012. Fun run is Sunday, September 16th Cardinals.com/6K for more information. We tell you that now.
Is someone driving a truck on the upper deck? No way! No way! Deck? No! Is someone driving a truck on the upper deck? No way! Is someone driving a truck on the upper deck? No way!
All right, let's check out our Toyota game summary brought to you by, well, your local Toyota dealer. McDonald broke up Kane's no-hitter with a base hit in the 6th inning. He was touched up for 3 runs. Buster Posey has a double and an RBI in this game. Aubrey Huff has an RBI in this game. Nate Scherholtz has an RBI in this game. And it's 3-0. Is Kane facing Garrett Jones, Rod Barajas, and then Pedro Alvarez. 8th inning. Kane with 87 pitches.
Well, that got Buster right square in the teeth. Watch Posey set.
And you grew up a Mets fan, correct?
Yeah, I've got myself straightened out, but yes, I did.
Ron Swoboda, right?
Ron Swoboda, Tom Seaver, Jerry Kuzman. And his father, Johnny McCarthy, was again in charge of the field there at Shea Stadium, and he talks about how great it was to be a kid and to be so connected to a team playing in a World Series. And you know, as Cardinal fans, we had a chance, and there are a lot of 9-year-olds around the Midwest that are going to remember what it was like to follow David Freese in 2011.
There's a catch, made very smooth catch out there and right by Beltran. 9-0 Chicago. Ceremonies is on Fox Channel 2. Volstad and Lance Lynn at 11:30. Lance Lynn very effective in his first start. Volstad, as you mentioned, came over the deal with Carlos Zambrano, for Carlos Zambrano. 5-13 a year ago. We'll see Mahalam pitch in this series too, the former Pittsburgh Pirate, who was 6-14 last year. Samardzija at 77 pitches, and here we go in the bottom half of the fifth inning. Robinson will pinch hit for Marte. It looks like J.C. Romero getting loose in the pen.
And J.C. will need some work, so maybe Shane Robinson could get things started.
Fights it off into right, and that drops in for a base hit.
Well, Dan, I have a pretty interesting little statistic that we've gotten from Tim Trokey, one of our associate producers at Fox Sports Midwest. And he reminds us that the last Cardinals starter to give up 8 earned runs in a home opener was a lefty named Joe McGrain, and that happened in 1989. And Joe's daughter, Shannon, sang the national anthem today, so we think there may be a connection.
The curse of the McGrains,
yeah,
on opening day. Is that what you're telling me?
You know, Joe's going to be very upset with you. You can only bring up positive stats with Joe.
Like he led the league in ERA one year?
Yeah, but that was we heard about that because he had such a losing record.
For Kyle, a little bouncer to the right side. Samardzija tags out Raphael. Then advancing on the play, Robinson to second.
Shannon did an excellent job with her rendition, and enjoyed watching her and on
American Idol.
Hyundai Foxmo, and the tag applied by the Cubs pitcher, Jeff Samardzija.
If you get a amount of comeback, you got to start right now, don't you?
Or start about an hour ago.
We didn't do it then, so let's do it now. Joe McGrain look-alike. Sort of.
Might be Joe.
That's ripped into right field for a base hit. Robinson being waved home. John Jay with the RBI, and the Cardinals get on the board to make it 9-1.
Got to get 1 before you can get 8. John Jay 2 for 3 today. Breaking ball, you know, he's coming in, the back door and coming in, and he stayed back on it and pulled the trigger. De Jesus, you know, in an 8-0 game, the right fielder, you really don't want to see him make a throw home and allow John Jay to get himself in scoring position, but he kind of played that into where he forced himself not to make a throw.
Here's Matt Holliday, 1 for 2. Base hit his first time up. Also flied out to left.
There's been a lot of talk about Mike Matheny being a manager who's going to like to run, but don't look for it here. 9-1. Matt Holliday at the plate. And it'll be interesting to see if Mike actually evolves into that kind of manager, whether or not his players allow him to. You better be successful at running before you kind of stick with that philosophy.
The 2-0 to Holliday. In the air out to deep right. It's at the track near the wall and caught. And Jay has to hurry up to get back to the bag at first. Ice Cream Sunday at the Ford Plaza, courtesy of North Star. Visit Cardinals.com. And again, seats still available for this Sunday's game at 1:15 against Chicago. Carlos Beltran has been on base twice with A single and a walk. Fans here today wondering where the weather has gone from a month ago. It was beautiful.
It's projected to be in the low 70s today. Game time temperature is 49.
Two balls and no strikes on Carlos Beltran. If you're just joining us, Adam Wainwright roughed up. Gave up 8 runs, including a grand slam. A 2-0 pitch. A single into right center field. Jay on his way to third. And Carlos aboard for the 3rd time. And for the 3rd time today, David Freese comes up with 2 runners on. David is 0 for 2. He is struck out and also grounded out.
Cardinal fans are accustomed to seeing Beltran do things positive, and been perfect today. A pair of singles and a walk. Average over 350 in the young season. Beltran's sitting at 370 now. David at 400.
Cardinal bats in total have been good, Al. Batting average over 300, and we've seen some offense today in terms of the 7 hits, but just haven't had enough of them bunched. I thought the ball that Matt Holliday hit to right field might sneak out of here. That ball didn't seem to carry very well. Well, all you can do is keep swinging.
2 outs, runners at the corners. Freese into right, base hit. Throw is cut off by Castro, and it's 9-2 as David Freese picks up his team-leading 11th RBI.
Get it going, Yank. Come on, now, go.
All out away from him. This time he takes it inside out stroke and shoots it out there towards right. Monday bringing you that slow-mo cam, and David leading, I believe, the major leagues with his 11 RBIs.
Molina 0 for 2. He's fly to deep right. Also struck out. Robbie Siriati, 24 years old today. Robbie has been a fixture at the ballpark for a number of years, and Grandma Aggie, wonderful person here at the ballpark, always smiling, and you see here periodically down here in person if you come to the ballpark, and sometimes we show her on television here on Fox Sports Midwest. But Robbie, happy birthday, 24 years old. That's a base hit into left. Molina makes it 9-3. That's 5 base hits for the Cardinals here in their half of the 5th.
Until this bottom of the 5th inning, most of the excitement of opening day happened in the pregame ceremony. We got to see a lot of Hall of Famers here and the trophies from the last 4 World Series champions, but now we're getting some offense. Molina takes that fastball on the inside part of the plate over the head of Stewart. And the Cardinals are having a nice offensive inning here. They've now caught the Cubs in hits at 9.
Samardzija usually got the first batter out or 2. 16 pitches here already, and it's hard to throw 16 pitches and allow 5 hits and have 2 outs. But that's what he's done.
Al, you talked about his last start. He almost had a complete game in his first start.
Right.
8 2/3. In fact, he would have
an error
had it not been for an error by Starlin Castro, the shortstop, prolonged that game, and they had to take him out. But he threw 110 pitches in that game.
He's at 93 right now, trying to get through 5. Nobody throwing in the bullpen, but they sure are stirring.
Here's Matt Carpenter. Takes a ball. Carpenter today at first base, filling in for Lance Berkman, is singled back in the 2nd inning, also flied out to left. Fans don't like that call. This strike zone has been everywhere today.
I don't remember Greg Gibson being this inconsistent, but he has really been that today.
Good rip. 1-2 the count. You see umpires and how they position themselves, and each one seems to be different. And we've seen Gibson pretty much over the right shoulder of the catcher all afternoon. Sometimes he'll shift to the other side, depending righty, lefty, whatever the case may be. That is drilled deep right center. That ball will get down. To the wall it goes. 2 runs will score. Carpenter digging for third. He's going to wind up with a triple.
What a difference. Carpenter offensively just kind of flared the ball a little bit last year, but they wanted him to get back and drive the ball, and he is doing that. Here a triple, 2 hits now, 5 RBIs, and he just drives this ball 1 off the wall. Marlon Byrd had a little bit of trouble with it out there, but it was a triple all the way and 2 RBIs.
All of a sudden, this is turning into a ball game. Down by just 4 runs after a 9-run lead by Chicago. 9-5 now.
Bird probably is not going to catch that ball anyway, but he's playing a very shallow center field for Matt Carpenter. And now with his increased pop, I think he was too shallow.
Yes. It'll probably take a few people a little time to understand that. As when we saw Matt Carpenter a year ago in spring training, he hit for high average, but they were just little flares and quails just beyond the outfield grass. And now he's sitting back like a man and driving the ball, and that's why he's here.
All started with the man on deck, and that's Shane Robinson, pinch hitting for Marte. And we've talked so much about Descalso with his defense. He needs to turn it up a notch or 2 offensively. Only hitting 182.
Rafael Dolis warming up for Chicago in a hurry.
A 2-1 pitch. Carpenter, the runner at third.
Marge has given up 4 straight base hits, 6 in the inning.
As we mentioned, guys, Phil Swaim is just trying to get him at least through 5. Chance to record a win. You think you're safe with a 9-run lead, but that's not the case right now. Descalso, foul tip.
It looked like he talked Greg Gibson into it. Said, I tipped it. He said, okay. That's not how it works out, but that's what it looked like.
That's okay. It worked. He's still up there.
Hey, maybe that Carlos Marmol thought of throwing another wild pitch in the 9th for a Cardinal winner is not so far-fetched after all.
The 2-2. That time he got him. Big inning for St. Louis as they slowly are trying to get back in this game. It's 9-5.
Midwest. A rainy afternoon in St. Louis. Cardinals with a 5-run bottom of the 5th inning have gotten back into this ball game. Rough start for Adam Wainwright. And it's time for the Cardinals' 3rd pitcher of the afternoon, and it's the left-hander that, Al, you said needs some work, J.C. Romero.
Yeah, J.C. Romero, and that's something he's accustomed to doing, a lot of work. He joined the Cardinals as a free agent this past offseason. His 661 appearances since 2000 ranks first among left-handed pitchers. And he was outstanding a few years back with Philadelphia.
Joe Mather, former Cardinal, pinch hitting for Samardzija, fouls the first pitch straight back. Romero has not been sharp if you look at his body of work from spring training and early on. And has not pitched very well against the Cubs.
He was with 6 different teams last year. 2 in the major leagues, but 4 in the minor leagues. Romero. And facing Joe Mather, who is a heck of a guy and a great athlete, but has a real long swing. Remember all the wrist injuries Joe Mather had?
Taps it foul, and 0-2 the count. Joe Mather, the guy that they nicknamed Zeus, keeps himself in great condition, can play all over the field, third base, first base. We've seen him in the outfield. And an 0-2 pitch.
Here's your classic 50-footer.
I hit 49. But
it's 60 feet 6 inches to home plate from the front of the rubber to the front of the plate. And that was not 60 feet 6 inches.
Reminiscent of 1971. I got out of the Army and I missed all spring training.
Mather retired.
And I was down in extended spring, and I was throwing down there and got a call. Could I go to the big leagues? And I wasn't ready yet, but could I go to the big leagues? Went for a weekend, and then I was going to go to Tulsa AAA and finish. Warren Spahn threw me 10 days in a row. Half the time it was on the side, other times it was on the side and in the game. After about 7 days, I said, I can't throw he wanted to work on my curveball. And I said, I can't throw it 60 feet. My arm's hurt so bad. And he goes, well, I'll move in the catcher 20 feet. So I developed a really fine 49-footer.
That's where that saying comes, spawn insane and pray for Roboski.
Inside to David DeJesus. DeJesus has doubled and scored, popped out, and also walked. Foul ball.
And Dan, this is really the value of J.C. Romero. This is what he's going to be relied upon, and that's getting out left-handers. He's really struggled against right-handers the past couple of years. When he was with Philadelphia, he was as good as you could find in the National League. Had lefty on lefty, and still had pretty good numbers last year against left-handers, and the Cardinals are hoping he'll be that second guy with Zepchinski in the bullpen to be able to get guys out situationally, some of the tougher lefties in the National League.
1 ball, 1 strike. And a ground ball that's hit to short for Cowell. 2 away. Let's turn to our trivia question. Here in the Cubs half of the 6th. Since 1918, name the pitcher that has the most starts in home openers for the Cardinals. I believe we saw him earlier today. Bob Gibson, 6 of those opening day assignments.
Good rule of thumb on our trivia questions. If you say Gibson or Musial, you got a good chance of being right.
Ozzie.
That's another good choice.
defensive questions. Jet. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Number 2 on that list. Flint, Rim, Kurt Simmons. Adam Wainwright with his 3rd opening day assignment this afternoon. Should mention home openers. A-Rod with his 630th home run of his major league career today. Tied him with Ken Griffey Jr. 5th place on baseball's all-time list. Box score, the in-game box scored, and middle of the lineup doing some damage for the Cardinals. John Jay 2 for 3, Beltran 2 for 2. He's been on base 3 times. Cardinals scoring all their runs in the home half of the 5th, and they trailed 9-5. And we have a look at our new pitcher, right-hander in, and it's our Chevy call to the pen, Rafael Dolis. Dolis made his major league debut last September. We're told he has a terrific sinker. He's in his 7th season in the organization. Was added to their 40-man roster in 2009. Spent the majority of the year at Double-A Tennessee last year. At 17 saves. Needed just 8 pitches to retire the side Saturday's 7th inning against Washington, and that was his season debut. Very good spring training, .90 ERA, and he'll get Eric Komatsu, the pinch hitter.
I'm sure Dale Swain's going to be a little disappointed in his starting pitcher, Jeff Samardzija, wasn't able to kind of just shut the door. You'll find pitchers that will say and have said over the years that it's tough to pitch with a big lead. Of course, we all would prefer that, but somehow it's just tough to stay sharp, and Cardinals touched him up for 5 runs in that 5th inning and have made this a ball game.
That's not a real smart statement to make. I can't pitch with a big lead.
That's right.
It's a little easier to do that than to pitch with a short one.
That's right.
A small one.
But you've heard it before.
Oh, yes.
There's a grounder to the right side. 1 away.
And you know, Samardzija's too good of an athlete and competitor that, you know, he's kicking himself that he couldn't help out. Now, it's one thing if your manager wants to give your bullpen guys some work and stuff like that, but usually when you have 9 runs to work with, you're supposed to go deep in a ball game.
Rafael Furcal is 0 for 3.
We had a visit between innings from our favorite McGrain. Shannon McGrain did a wonderful job on our national anthem. Came up to say hello.
In the air to right field, and it's caught.
Jesus eventually came in and then had to go back on that ball.
2 outs, and it brings in Jay. If you'd like to be here in person next time, just go to StubHub. Home or road games, easy to find the seats you want. It's the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Cardinals. Jay is struck out in a pair of singles. RBI and a run scored in the 5th. And a ground ball that is off the glove of Barney and into right. Jay thinking 2 on his way to second, and he's safe. Ball dropped by Castro, and he finds himself in scoring position for Holiday.
You love that if you're safe. When you're trailing 9-5, you can ill afford to be thrown out at second base, but you love hustle. He's got the play in front of him, and he decided he's going to risk it, go to second base. Should have been safe either way, but when he dropped the ball, it just guaranteed it.
Matt Holliday with a base hit. He's flied to left and also flied to right.
And he can make this game very interesting with one swing of the bat.
Normally, you would think at 5 runs and 11 hits, you'd be very happy. 5 2/3, that's what the Cardinals have done. They still trail by 4.
Get the feeling for Dale Swain there's going to be a lot of afternoons and evenings like this.
And wait till he gets in Wrigley Field.
A 2-0 pitch. What a rip by Holiday.
We talked about it at the beginning of the telecast. The Cubs, the first 5 innings of their ball game so far this year, have a +10 run differential, but their problems have come 6 through 9. And that has to do with their bullpen.
Holiday in the air to right, and it will be caught. Oh, what a catch in right field. De Jesus takes the hit and RBI away from Matt Holiday. Saves a run, takes the hit away, and keeps it a 4-run Cubs lead. sure sign of a good time. Here we go. By Burger King, the proud sponsor of opening week baseball. And by Schnucks Pharmacy, the smart choice. Al Rabosky, Dan McLaughlin, Rick Horton with you as we move to the 7th inning. Not quite the rally squirrel, but a bunny has made its way into Busch Stadium. There's a fly ball into center, and that drops in for a hit. Starlin Castro. The base hit off of Cal McClellan, your new pitcher.
Castro's 3 hits and also a walk, couple runs scored. Kyle McClellan pitching in his hometown. He's been very good his first 3 years in the big leagues.
Alfonso Soriano will be the hitter. Bounced into a 6-4-3 double play, but a run did score on that back in the 4th. That made it 9-0 at the time. He's also singled and scored and also flied to right. Wonder if De Jesus hurt himself on that catch in right, taking the hit away from Holiday. He was slow to get up and then looked to be favoring his side. Almost picked off Castro.
Cardinals have done a nice job of controlling the running game early on, and some of it has to do with the quick footwork of the pitchers. A couple of pickoffs already.
Castro has 5 steals already. With the weapon the Cardinals have behind the plate in Yadier Molina, all you have to do is just keep that guy close and he'll do the rest.
And a strike at the knees to Alfonso Soriano, batting .308 this year. No home runs. He's driven in 6. 7-time All-Star, and he's had 20 or more home runs in 10 straight years. Only Pujols and David Ortiz of the Red Sox have done that. Runner goes. Chance for Molina. Throw to second. It's high, and he's safe.
That's the first successful steal of the season. Isn't it?
Against the Cardinals.
Against the Cardinals.
And Castro, as you mentioned, was 5 for 5, now 6 for 6. Still a close play at second base. Probably a lower throw for Molina, and he's out. He also had a curveball that he had to handle.
Big breaking ball by McClellan.
So important when you're facing Soriano and a lot of hitters to get ahead in the count, and you can not, throw pitches that are close but not out of the strike zone and get them to chase.
Matt Cain retires first 17 that he saw. Then he settles for a one-hitter. 5-0. The Giants beat the Pirates. A little concern right now with Tim Lincecum, though. 2 starts, he's been roughed up. Velocity has been way down. And the Giants have to pitch. If they don't pitch, they will not out-hit many teams in baseball.
Victor Marte and J.C. Romero giving the Cardinals a chance in this game. Marte did give up a run in the 4th inning, but Romero had a nice 1-2-3 inning in the 6th inning. That's the best we've seen him. And now it's up to Kyle McClellan to keep this a close game, give Redbirds a chance.
So important. When you get in a game like this, if you could shut down the opposition, give your team a chance to come back on offense, you'll steal a lot of victories.
That pitch a little bit high, and it's a walk to Ian Stewart. This Caparati telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cardinals. Big blast in this game by the man at the plate, Brian LaHare. Grand slam off of Adam Wainwright. That was in the third inning. Cubs got 4 in the first, 4 more in the third. 1 in the fourth. They led this ball game 9-0. The Cardinals with 5 runs in the fifth. That's where we stand right now. Cardinals actually about hit the Cubbies 11-10, but trail 9-5.
Speaking of slugging first baseman, now the Cardinals' Matt Adams in AAA is tearing it up first week.
4 for 5 last night. Hitting over 400.
That's out of play.
Ricky, that was a young man that when you talk to, whether it was Mark McGuire or you talk to a Lance Berkman, you say, well, of the young players, who's impressing you? They would say, oh, this guy, this guy, this guy, but there's only one that appears to be a star of the future, and that's Matt Adams.
Reki Kuroda, the former Dodger, now at the Yankees. 5-0 shutout for New York over the Angels. Boston beat Tampa Bay 12-2. White Sox over Detroit 5-2, and Cleveland over Kansas City 8-3. The big hit in the game, opposite way. LaHare, the grand slam as Holiday just ran out of room. First career grand slam.
Outstanding power the other way. You have to respect that. That was not wind aided, temperature aided. That was all LaHare.
One ball and 2 strikes. Say that LaHare is really just keeping that seat warm for Anthony Rizzo, which was a big deal for the Cubs in the offseason. A slugger. They knew him well. Their time in Boston, he was with San Diego and now with Chicago. Curveball, see you later. Strikeout for McClellan.
Second of the inning, the third time LaHare has been caught striking out. Boy, it started up around his eyes and breaks all the way down to the knees.
Boy, Rick, you don't question the curveball of McClellan, do you? That's pretty nasty.
No, that's his power pitch, and thing for him is to have enough counts where you can use that curveball to finish guys off instead of having to get strike 1, strike 2, strike 3 with it.
There it is again, strike 2 Soto.
And what you can do is you can vary speeds on it.
Right.
And get a head curveball, kind of lollipop it up there. And as you get 2 strikes, then you can tighten it up and make it a lot harder.
Get nastier and nastier as the at-bat unfolds. But if you're not ahead, you can't do that.
Correct. And they won't expand the zone if you're not ahead either.
2 on and a 0-1 pitch. Throw down to first. Oh, did they get him? No. It looked like runner at first thought a double steal was going on. Started off towards second base. Molina read it perfectly. Carpenter a little tardy getting to the bag. Pitch was a strike, and it's 0-2 on Soto.
Probably a learning curve there for Matt Carpenter. Molina sees him way off the base. Carpenter's on his way there, but Yachty gets it there in a hurry.
Of course, Dave Duncan, I'm sure, is making that runners at first quite aware of Molina's reputation.
Another outstanding breaking ball from McClellan. It's opening day, the home opener here at Busch Stadium. to the home half of the 7th.
Here's the pickoff. Carpenter, the first baseman, Molina, used to this throw. Carpenter maybe just a tad late. We talked about the learning curve. Here's the learning curve right here.
Looked like Carpenter said, hey, my fault that he didn't get there. And Yachty's saying, I threw it high.
Right.
No, get together there. But as you said, it looked like the runner was saying it was a double steal until he saw the guy in front of him not going.
Chamber rocked in the loss for Kansas City in their opener against the Indians. The 100th opener for Fenway Park, as Josh Beckett was sharp today. Max Scherzer, the St. Louisan, pitching for Detroit, and Jake Peavy combined for 19 strikeouts in that game. That's a little bouncer to second. Barney makes the play, and Beltran is retired for the first out. Don't forget about Fox Saturday Baseball returning with the Cardinals and the Cubs. Another showdown tomorrow at 11:30 following MLB Player Poll, which airs at a special time. Robin Ventura picking up the win in the home opener for the Chicago White Sox. And talking with Mike Matheny the other day, guys, he was saying that in his mind certain position players would be good fits as managers, but there's no doubt that a catcher who's in every single pitch, making that transition to the dugout to be a manager, probably an easier transition for them than others.
See a lot of shortstops, a lot of catchers. You don't see very many pitchers as managers.
There's Tim Garcia handing us just great tidbits of information, loaded with info. Second largest crowd. It's a line to Soriano, and he makes the catch. Second largest crowd at Busch Stadium 3. Attendance of 46,882. 46882.
Well, he's not going to win a Gold Glove, but he does make the play. Dave McKay has been working with him, and many of the Cubs personnel have said he's an improved defender already from last year, which, again, not his strong suit.
Here's Molina.
My note says that Russell is warming up for Chicago.
I know you were talking prior to the first pitch, Rick, how much you missed Tim Garcia. And
the long winner.
Yeah. 0-1 pitch to Molina. Chop to the left side. Cardinals will go quietly this inning, and we head to the 8th, the home opener of the 2012 season for the reigning champs. They trail by 4. Midwest, let's go to our studio just across the way here at the ballpark with this Bommarito Sports Update and Pat Perez. All right, Pat, thanks. And there's a strike by McClellan at the knees to Marlon Byrd. And did it hit him? Yes, it did. Just got him.
Mentioned that after Marlon Byrd got hit in the face, he really hadn't been quite the same hitter.
Used to have a protective part of the helmet that came across his left cheek after he was hit. Does not have that this year. This is Blake DeWitt, pride of Sikeston, Missouri. Former Dodger. Bounces into a double play. 4, 6. 3 double play.
Nice feed by Descalso. Another right there, leads his shortstop coming across, shoulder high. Don't have to bend over, you don't have to reach up, just continue momentum going towards first base and execute the throw.
Beautiful shot. Busch Stadium opened in 2006. This ballpark already has seen 2 World Championship teams and clinching games of the World Series right here. It's one thing to win it. It's one thing to also do it at your home ballpark.
You know, that was one of the shortest trivia questions early about this time in 2006. What did Wrigley Field and Busch Stadium 3 have in common?
The answer?
No World Series. Didn't even last a season, that trivia question.
Yankees won right after the Cardinals, their new stadium, when they opened that up. First year, their ballpark, Yankee Stadium, the new Yankee Stadium.
And Al loves to affectionately needle his Cub friends. Do you have any Cub friends, Al?
No.
Oh.
How about Ronnie? Ronnie woo-hoo. Woo-woo.
He wouldn't know if we were friends, would he?
Doubtful.
Ronnie Woo.
Little grounder, and Furcal makes the play. Matt Carpenter leads it off when we come back. Home opener of 2012, a rain delay, but eventually the championship banner and the Hall of Famers made their way to Busch Stadium. Tony La Russa back. Hometown hero David Freese It's Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. Meet me at the Stan the Man statue. How many times has that been said over the years? James Russell takes over, the lefty for Chicago.
He has a tough job, Al. He's the only left-hander in that bullpen, so he's going to get plenty of work, and there really is not another plan B for the Cubs. They don't have another left-hander that they feel is ready for big league action, so it's all him.
And Russell, third season with the Cubs, sixth in the organization. He was drafted 14th round of 2007. And he's shown that he can be durable. He made 64 appearances last season for the Cubs, including 5 spot starts.
Matt Carpenter has a triple here today. Also fly to left and a single with 5 RBIs in limited duty. And the fly ball that's hit to left. Ball carried a little bit. And Soriano makes the catch in the corner.
Starting to rain a little bit again, but that ball did kind of carry into the left field corner.
A few at-bats we've seen with Carpenter against a left-hander. I like the way he stands in against lefties. Looks comfortable. Doesn't seem to be overmatched.
That's real key that you don't let that front shoulder fly open.
Right-hander getting loose, and you've got Tyler Green on deck. Really also fouls it back, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Dan, really a short bench for the Cardinals because Lance Berkman is not a guy you're going to be able to use today. And the Cardinals don't want to DL him and make it even a longer stint with no Lance. So playing with a short bench.
In the air out to center, and that will get down. Descalso on his way to second base.
Something about Descalso in late innings. Showed last year that was a strong point for him. Also handles left-handed pitching pretty well. He drives this ball over the head of Marlon Byrd. Maybe another play that questionable whether he's playing a little too shallow.
Busch Stadium the scene, the 2012 home opener here at the ballpark.
Rich Bosio is the new pitching coach for the Cubs. He's out to talk to Russell as Kerry Wood is warming up. Salas warming up for Mike Matheny.
The pitch scoots away, but Daniel stays put at second base. Tardy with that swing. 1 ball, 1 strike on Tyler Green. Cold, chilly afternoon here in St. Louis. One ball and 2 strikes.
Swing from Green there is almost like he's trying to shoot that ball to the right side.
Right. Been even nicer if Scalzo could have, on that one ball that got away, wasn't very far, but could have been over to third base.
Strikeout for Russell, 2 down.
Now we'll make a pitching change with Furcal coming up here, the switch hitter. Swain will have to go to his bullpen and Gary Wood.
Matheny there on the right, Mike Aldretti, the co-hitting coach, Mark McGuire and John Mabry. And we flash back to 2004, the old stadium. Mike Matheny is a player. And a walk-off walk against Chicago, April 30th of 2004.
Gary Wood has been pitching exclusively in relief since 07. Ranks third in Cup history in strikeouts, only behind Fergie Jenkins and Carlos Zambrano. Season debut, he issued 3 walks, but has not issued a free pass in his last 2. Struck out the side Wednesday versus the Brewers in a scoreless 8th inning. 0-1 with a 13.5 ERA, so see if Furcal can get on base or get us a little closer.
What might have been for Chicago if they could have stayed healthy. And we talked about this the other day, Rick, but we were talking about Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor. You had Greg Maddux on that staff. Just could not stay healthy.
Both those first 2 guys you mentioned were kind of like the Strasburg of the time. They were electric.
That's right. And Kerry Wood has found a home in the bullpen now to prolong his career, and he's had a heck of a career.
And Pryor never could get it back together. Tried a bunch of times, just kind of lost it after his injury.
Still is trying. You heard about perfect mechanics. People talked about that with Mark Pryor, and I know that's one of Al's favorite things to hear about. Perfect mechanics.
Oh, he'll never get hurt.
Slowly hit to the right side. It stays fair, and the threat is through. Rain continues to fall just a bit here at the ballpark. It's 9-5 Cubs.
5 as we head to the 9th in St. Louis. Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live, Pat Paris and Cal Eldred standing by. Cal will give his take on Tommy John surgery and what Waino may be going through. A look back at today's opening day ceremonies, plus Mike Matheny's post-game thoughts as well. All that and more as Fernando Salas comes on to pitch. We head back to Dan, Allen, Rick, guys.
Okay, Jim. Thank you. It's 9-5 in favor of the Cubbies. Salas takes over. Led the club in saves last year.
Gave up the game winner in Cincinnati. Pitched twice in Cincinnati. The second time Chris Heisey beat him and the Cardinals.
And the first pitch is taken high and inside by Darwin Barney. 1 year, 3 days after his death, Ron Santo is elected to the Hall of Fame. And he talked about how important it was, if he was going to the Hall of Fame, to do it while he was alive. And the catch is made by John Jay. The Golden Era Committee elected Ron Santo to the Hall of Fame. And we sure do miss him.
There's my Cub friend.
There you go.
And you're absolutely right. What a shame that he's not here to enjoy that honor that he wanted so badly. But his family will be able to enjoy it.
There's a documentary on Ron Santo that his son put together.
Outstanding.
Yes. Really got a chance to see behind the scenes what he was going through. Dealing with his various ailments that he had, and just how tough it was at times for him to go to the ballpark. Getting to the booth at Wrigley is not an easy thing to do.
No, it's not. It's an old stadium, obviously, so a lot of the ways to get there are not that simple. You have to actually walk up a pretty heavy, pretty high embankment of steps and stairs, and for him to be able to do that day in and day out, and they show his routine in that documentary, and it really is outstanding. And struggling to remember the name of it, this old Cub, something like that, Dan, and it's really outstanding.
2-1 pitch, a high fly ball into right. Rain is falling. That'll come down into the glove of Carlos Beltran, and quickly there's 2 outs. Be a packed house again tomorrow. Make sure you check Cardinals.com to see if some of those tickets by the Cubs do get returned. That does happen with the opposing teams that come into town. It is listed as a sellout, but sometimes those tickets return by Major League Baseball and the opposing team, and they open up right before first pitch. A chance to come down to the ballpark. Alfonso Soriano. He struck out, grounded into a double play, singled and scored a run, and also flied out to right. The wiry body of Alfonso Soriano. You always wondered how he could hit 40-plus home runs, and then you see his bat speed.
Quick bat, ball just jumps off it.
Does have some holes.
You get ahead of him to count, and you just keep on working the outside with an off-speed pitch.
That's hit to the right side. Scalzo quickly to his left, makes the play. Final hope for the Cardinals, down by 4. Coming up. 12-10, but they trailed 9-5. Rick Horton, Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin with you. Home Depot doing more on defense, and Rafael Furcal. This defense of the Cardinals looks to be, compared to this time last year, much improved.
Yeah, really like it up the middle. I think Descalzo's done a nice job defensively too today, turning a double play and his footwork on that last play to end the top of the ninth. But Furcal's going to make that doing more on defense a number of times this season. He really can make some spectacular plays at short, and it's now up to Carlos Marmol to close it out for Chicago, and Cardinals have seen comebacks before against this reliever.
And Al, you talked about it. You know, this is where the Cubs this year games could get real interesting, is late innings if they have a lead. And this bullpen, career worst ERA of 4.01 last year for this right-hander. 10 blown saves, and only 6 relievers had more walks than Marmol last year, as Jay has struck out every time he's seen him. Last year he blew 10 saves. He actually was removed as the closer for a few weeks in July, you might remember. Did not save a game after September 10th. But having said that, he does have 72 saves the last 2 years.
Well, if he gets to the 0-2 counts, he's in trouble. But if he's having trouble throwing strikes, this kind of stuff happens. This happened here at Busch Stadium. Cardinal fans remember this great comeback as Marmol threw a wild pitch to end that thriller. And that was a big comeback game, not only because it was against the Cubs, but it was right in the middle of that time when the Cardinals started to come together as a ball club.
Essentially, that was must-win time every game.
You know, Carlos does have 1 save this year. He also has 1 loss and an ERA over 11.5.
The 2-2. Called third strike and a high strike on John Jay. So he's 0 for 5 with 5 Ks against Marmol.
Backdoor breaking ball, and
wow.
Or in a box tracks, a borderline pitch that probably shouldn't have gone his way, but it's the way things go.
But that's the way this strike zone has been.
Yes, very inconsistent.
All day, yeah.
Well, you train yourself to try and know where the strike zone is.
Holiday on the first pitch, pops it up, shallow right. 2 away. Let's turn to our player of the game, presented by Budweiser. Matt Carpenter, 2 for 4, triple, couple of RBIs to go along with a single. Well, Cardinals down to their final out, and with the exception of the 5th inning, bottom half, real disappointing afternoon.
Right there again, usually when you score 5 runs and have 12 hits, you walk away with a victory, but wasn't the case here today. All goes with the starting pitching.
Yeah, that's really where the biggest disappointment was, and not just for Cardinal fans, but for Adam Wainwright himself. I know he was expecting a whole lot more today, and that was tough to see. 8 runs for Wainwright in 3 innings, and he just was not sharp. Curveball wasn't sharp, fastball wasn't there. Better days ahead.
Yeah, today it was just like everything but trading. Opening day didn't quite have the velocity, but his secondary pitches were good. And I'm sure as tough as he is mentally and physically, he'll work it out and come back there and figure out what he needs to do in order to compete until he gets his, the arm strength and fully recovered from the Tommy John.
2 balls and 1 strike on Carlos Beltran. Redbirds down to their final strike, 2-2.
Redbirds down to their final strike. Now, where have I heard that before?
Wrong guy up.
He's on deck. Check swing did not go as the Cubs appealed down at third. Full count on Carlos. Grounded out, singled, and a run scored. Couple of singles today go along with a walk. His home debut. The 3-2 pitch, fouled back. Ring ceremony tomorrow. Pennant giveaway on Sunday. Off day Monday, then Cincinnati in town beginning Tuesday night. You see the numbers and lettering done in gold for the world champions this weekend. The 3-2 pitch, Beltran strikes out, and the home opener comes to a close. 9-5, the Cubbies win it.
Happy game for the Cubs, disappointing for the Cardinals, but there will be happier days.
Well, you remember opening day, you remember the Hall of Famers here in the celebration, if not the game.
Pat Paris and the gang standing by. The postgame show is coming up 9-5. Our final, the home opener.